maybe when you might be better off looking, to play with, ones and twos to start off, and then open your shoulders and play the big shots. We saw him go for the big shot the other day against the Delhi Capitals and got out. So clearly, I think what he needs to do is, think to himself, I am on zero, and let me begin a fresh innings.
He doesn't have the best numbers against the Chennai Super Kings, but he's got great numbers batting at the Wankhede. When you look at that CSK bowling lineup, any one name that stands out who could trouble Sanju the batsman today?
Deepak Chahar, most certainly. He bowled beautifully in that last match, picked up those 4 wickets, but he also bowls the length, which I think troubles Sanju Samson, particularly early, and that's the fuller length where the feet don't really move quite so much, and Sonny G mentioned it there. He said, begin every innings like you're on zero. So that's show respect to the bowler, and that means that Deepak Chahar, he's got to know the ability to swing the ball. He's the man up front. Then it will depend on the sort of pitch. When Deepak Chahar picked up his 4 wickets, it had a little bit of sideways, but then last night's match, it was a beauty for batting, and it didn't do a lot. So I think it also depends on what sort of pitch we get.
This is a fiery rivalry without a doubt, but it's also an exciting one because last time these two teams came face to face, we saw the most number of sixes being hit in an IPL match ever. Let's take a look at that battle of sixes before we move ahead.
Starring in the Battle of Sixes tonight, the Royal Supremo Sanju Samson, Chennai Star MS Dhoni, Mr. IPL Suresh Raina, and the masters of the maximum, Chris Morris and Joss Butler. This is the biggest, craziest, and most explosive battle of them all. Are you wondering why? Just 6 months ago, the Super Kings at the Royal smashed 33 sixes in one match. Yes, you heard right, 33 maximums.
Again a smash, and again a six.
The most ever in a VIVO IPL clash.
And he's been hurried over the boundary.
The Royal smashed 17 of those 33 sixes.
He goes again.
Of which 9 came from Sanju Samson's bat. In response, the Super Kings hit 16 sixes. Faf du Plessis launched 7 sixes.
Good firm hit by Faf du Plessis, yes.
And Dhoni rolled back the clock with 3 back-to-back maximums.
He might have out onto the road.
That is massive. I mean, that is the very middle. That very big.
Expect an action replay tonight because we are at 6 hitting central. Samson has already smashed 7 sixes in 2 matches.
Oh, well.
That will be.
And Chris Morris has also joined the party.
A redemption song for Chris Morris.
Suresh Raina loves the Wankhede. He smashed 29 sixes here.
Bangs it in. Raina goes high, goes long, and gets 6 more. 50 for Suresh Raina.
And considering that Dhoni just lost his 6-hitting crown to the Hitman, expect the Lion to roar tonight.
Look at that for a track record between these two sides. Battle of sixes, we say we got 33 last time these two sides met. That was the Sharjah though. Today the encounter is at Wankhede. Brian, who's hitting the highest number of sixes today? Come on the spot.
It's a tough one, but I think CSK maybe. I think they've got a lot of players ranked onto number 9, so I give them the edge in the 60 buck.
20?
Joss Butler's due a big knock. He's going to love the Wankhede. Small ground. It's very, very similar to Sharjah. Size-wise, good wicket. And I think Joss is going to deliver tonight. Boom time.
Maybe some cars are in danger just outside the Wankhede. Right, let's head back to the Wankhede. We're ready with the Dream 11 pitch report.
Match number 12 of VIVO IPL. And to start with, I just want to compare the two venues being used so far. Down south in Chennai, it's been a bat-first situation. 6 games played, 5 of them won by the teams batting first. It's a turnaround here at the Wankhede. 5 games played, 4 of them won by the teams chasing. And the other games separated by a solitary run. It means the pitches have either offered seam or swing to those bowling first, or it's been generally a good chasing ground because of moisture later later on. This one is pitch number 6, where there was a 147 score batting first, where the ball swung. It seemed earlier in the tournament. It looks drier today, much drier. It's a bit warmer. If the ball does swing a little bit, it won't be because of any moisture in the surface. So what do you do if you're bowling first here or bowling in the first 10 overs? You've got to hit that good length area. The strike rate of bowlers who hit that length is much better in that first 10 overs when you're accurate into that area, pace on or pace off. But the trouble later in the game for the bowlers is a little bit of dew that appears and allows the ball to slide on to the bat, and batsmen then feast on it. So great skill needs to come into play. And once again, those Yorkers in the second half of the contest are going to be key.
Thanks for that, Ian Bishop. One was exercising some caution there on behalf of the bowlers community. But let's talk about Chennai Super Kings and the 11 that they put out last time, Brian. Do you see any changes in that side going into this game?
I mean, there's a slight possibility of maybe Ruturaj Gaikwad maybe making a way for another Indian batsman. But you know what? First of all, if nothing else, I don't see there's any possibility of any other change. But I'm telling you, I would have a chat with Suresh Raina and say, listen, man, you've got to be able to play the short ball a little bit better because they're going to be coming at you throughout this IPL. And I found that he was a little bit uneasy. That is the only conversation I'm going to have. I'm not sure about changes.
Maybe MS can pass on that message for you. Sanju Samson's getting ready as well, Swanee. So straight to you. Do you see any changes to the Rajasthan playing 11 into this?
No, it ain't broke, so don't fix it. I think this is a strong team. Unad Kat was great the other day. I'm looking forward to seeing him again tonight.
When it ain't broke, don't fix it, they say. And Swanee G certainly wants to keep it that way. It's time for a short breathe on Baiju's Cricket Live, but the toss is not far away. So stay with us.
Welcome to the Upstocks Cricket Index, where we analyze a player's return on investment based on their performances and their auction price as well. Now, to make this all easier to track, we've created an indicator called the Upstocks Cricket Index rating. With this in mind, it's going to be super easy to understand the correlation between a player's performance and the team's return on their investment as well. So, chalo, start karke dekhein.
स्टार्ट करते हैं चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स के गेंदबाज दीपक चाहर से। उन्होंने शानदार इकोनॉमी रेट के साथ पंजाब के खिलाफ 4 विकेट लेकर अच्छी वापसी की और उनकी अपस्टॉक्स क्रिक इंडेक्स रेटिंग 25% बढ़कर 9.08 तक पहुंच गई। सीएसके को उम्मीद होगी कि वो पूरे टूर्नामेंट में ऐसी परफॉर्मेंसेस देते रहेंगे। अंबती रायडू पिछले सीजन सीएसके की बैटिंग का एक अहम हिस्सा थे, लेकिन उनके इस टूर्नामेंट की शुरुआत इतनी खास नहीं रही। इसलिए उनकी अपस्टॉक्स क्रिक इंडेक्स रेटिंग 22% से गिरकर 5.72 पर आ गई। उम्मीद है कि सीएसके के ये बाहुबली जल्दी ही फॉर्म में वापसी करेंगे। राजस्थान रॉयल्स को इस सीजन में जॉस बटलर से बहुत उम्मीदें थी, लेकिन अभी तक वो उन पर खरे नहीं उतरे हैं और उनकी अपस्टॉक्स क्रिक इंडेक्स रेटिंग गिरकर 6.23 पर आ गई। आरआर के लिए इस सीजन अपना पहला मैच खेलते हुए जयदेव उनटकट ने ये मौका दोनों हाथों से लपका। दिल्ली कैपिटल्स के खिलाफ उन्होंने 3 विकेट लिए और केवल 15 रन ही दिए। इसीलिए उनकी अपस्टॉक्स क्रिक इंडेक्स रेटिंग 75% से उछलकर 8.23 तक पहुंच गई। रॉयल्स को आशा होगी कि उनटकट ऐसे प्रदर्शन और करेंगे। यह है आज के मैच के लिए अपस्टॉक्स क्रिक इंडेक्स की पिक्स, तो टॉस के साथ आप भी स्टार्ट करके देखो।
Volkswagen.
टू बीएचके लेना है, कोई अच्छा एजेंट है?
ताऊजी के साडू पश्चिमी शौचालय।
मम्मी's girlfriend है? बेडरूम तुम्हारी बेस्ट फ्रेंड। घर खरीदने के लिए आप मेहनत तो करोगे ही, तो करो और फिर सर्च खत्म करो housing.com पे शॉर्टलिस्ट करके। housing.com यहाँ सर्च खत्म करो, डाउनलोड नाउ।
to you to start living. Tata Safari. Reclaim your life.
ये है अनुमान. इन्हें एस्केलेटर में चढ़ना मुश्किल लगता है. पर अब स्टॉक्स पे इन्वेस्टिंग इन स्टॉक्स इजी. स्टॉक्स बाय या सेल करो सीधे अपने फोन से. अब स्टॉक स्टार्ट करके देखो.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Don't try this at home. Try LiveSpace. Design your home interiors with better quality materials and fittings. LiveSpace your space.
When you pay your credit card bills on Cred, you earn Cred coins. Use them to claim cashback and rewards. I know this sounds ridiculous.
It's like saying Rahul Dravid has anger issues.
Hey! That doesn't mean you can overtake. Come, man. Come. You come. What about me? Could have gone straight and taken it.
RBI कहता है बैंक अकाउंट को या बैंक ब्लॉकर्स उसमें नॉमिनी का नाम जरूर दर्ज करें ताकि आपकी जमा पूंजी उसी को मिले जिसे आपने नामित किया है.
RBI कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए.
डायबिटीज है. अब रोज के टेस्ट और दवाइयाँ. अब सब ऊपर वाले के हाथ में है.
जो ऊपर वाले के हाथ में है वो तुम्हारे हाथ में भी है.
फार्मेसी पे अब सब मिलेगा. दवा, डिवाइसेस और लैब टेस्ट. डाउनलोड नाउ.
Welcome to Mumbai. It's time for that old rivalry featuring new faces. He's the young challenger and he won't back down. He's already scored a century this season. It is, without doubt, the sensational Sanju Samson.
100 for Sanju Samson, his third in IPL history.
But Samson's not alone in this battle. In Miller, there's the thriller. The Royals have a match winner back in form.
It's 50. It is a class 50.
This big hitting all-rounder has proved just why the Royals have spent the big bucks on him. The big finisher, Chris Morris.
A redemption song for Chris Morris, the most expensive purchase of the VIVO IPL, shortest wide.
But these Lions have found their role once again. He started the battle against the Kings and led the charge from the front. Ready to take on the Royals, it's the deadly Deepak Chahar.
Here's another for Deepak Chahar. What a good idea to get into ball.
This superstar is back in his element, miserly with the ball and absolutely electric in the field. The always-on target, Sir Ravindra Jadeja. And finally, it's the Lion himself, masterminding CSK's comeback one roar at a time. The legend, MS Dhoni. Get ready for the mayhem in Mumbai as the Super Kings take on the Royals.
Perfect time to join us back on Vice News Cricket Live because we're heading to the Wankhede for the toss.
It's match number 12 of the VIVO IPL here at Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai tonight. The Chennai Super Kings and the Rajasthan Royals. It's MS Dhoni alongside me, and Sanju Samson is here as well. He's the captain of the Rajasthan Royals. Prakash Bhatt is our match referee. MS, you've got the coin.
It is 10. Rajasthan.
Sanju, come on in. You've won the toss. What are you going to do and why?
I think we are going to bowl first. Bowling first suits well in these conditions actually, so we are just bowling first.
All right. What did you make of your last performance? Really good from Morris and Miller through the middle. What are your concerns? What have you talked to your boys about?
Nothing much actually. We just need to keep it simple. I think we trust our team, we trust our teammates, so we bat a bit deep. So actually, in this format, it's easy to get out at times, but knowing that we have a deep batting lineup allows you to go and express yourself. So just keeping it simple and just trusting yourself.
You brought Jadev into the team last game as well. He performed nicely. So have you made any changes, or are you sticking with?
No, we are going with the same team.
All right. What are you expecting tonight from Chennai? Tough opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we respect them, but at the same time, we'll be giving them a competitive match.
Any concerns at all? You're all okay? Any concerns that you need to address from the last game?
No, everything is all right. I think we're happy with it.
All right, good luck tonight. Go well.
Thank you.
MS, come on in. I'll ask you first up, any changes or are you sticking with the same side?
Same side for us.
What do you say to a young man like Ruturaj Gaikwad, who's had a great finish to last year, but a tough start to this year?
It's part and parcel of the game, and what you need to assess is, whether you're playing the right shots, and I feel he's doing the right stuff. On the Wankhede wicket, especially initially, if it assists the fast bowlers, it's a crucial time. You can always get out to a good delivery, and that's what you need to keep in mind. If you're getting out on good deliveries, and those are the deliveries that you can't do much about, you shouldn't really feel bad about it. So I feel last year would have taught him a lot about how to deal with a phase where you're not scoring enough runs or the amount of runs that you want to. So he's equipped enough to deal with it. The support staff and as a captain, you can keep motivating the players, keep telling them stuff. What it boils down to is once you are inside, more often than not you are on your own. If you're a batsman or a bowler.
Speaking of good deliveries, plenty of those from your bowlers in the last game. Happy with that performance, obviously. What do you make of the surface? Is it similar?
Well, it looks a bit tacky to start, so I feel it will be important to assess how it's behaving. Once the first delivery is delivered, and we'll have to keep an eye on the dew, because as the dew comes, it settles down a bit. But if there's not much dew, which means we shouldn't really look for a 200 target. So that's something we'll have to assess and adapt to quickly, as the game progresses.
All right, put some runs on the board and have a good night. Good luck. There you go. It's Sanju Samson, Rajasthan Royals have won the toss, elected to bowl first.
Simon Dewell, thanks a ton for that. Smiles on the faces of the Rajasthan Royals camp, I'm sure, because they'll be bowling first. That means Chennai Super Kings will come out to bat. MS Dhoni captaining CSK for the 200th time today. We'll have the first crack at that surface in terms of batting. Brian, unsurprising that decision from Sanju Samson, although it was surprising to see him take a bit of time, look at the surface, and then make up his mind.
Call correct, and then he said, I think I will field first. But no, I'm not surprised at all. They chased twice, they got close on one occasion, and they won the second one, even though they were in a bit of trouble. So I think that's going to be the trend for them if they're getting a little bit of success. It's 50% now, yes, but I think it's the right decision, and as you said, it's not surprising at all.
Sunny D is still with us, and he's at the Wankhede, where you can see MS Dhoni just having a quick chat with the Rajasthan Royals camp. Sunny G, obviously unsurprising that decision given what's been an offer from the Wankhede, but MS Dhoni spoke in particular about the dew and how that could come into play. How do you look at some of the comments there from MS?
Definitely. I think we've seen a lot of dew even yesterday. There was plenty of dew, and that will definitely affect the team that is bowling second. Yes, there'll be a little bit of dew even now, but I think the team bowling second really struggles, and particularly if you've got spinners, then they really struggle. Also, what it does, it allows the ball to come onto the bat quite nicely, even better. The little bit of dew on the surface will help the ball to skid out, and so you can play your shots through the line, because there's not going to be much of lateral movement. So in a way, batting second has always been preferable when you're playing at Wankhede. If you look at the results, most of the teams that have chased have won, so I'm not surprised that Sanju Samson opted to field first.
Absolutely right, Sunny. 4 out of 5 the record so far in this season of the VIVO IPL. But this is a very different season of the VIVO IPL, 2 in a row in fact now. When we've been in biosecure bubbles, so are the teams. But that still allows players to have a little bit of fun in that biosecure bubble environment. Let's find out a little bit more about that on Star Trek.
Mr. IPL Suresh Raina has picked up a spatula instead of a bat, but not everyone is convinced. So when it comes to shooting hoops, Raina's giving the champion a run for his money. Coach Clem is always willing to lend a helping hand, and the new Super King Uthappa is learning the art of balance. Over in the Royals den, skipper Sanju Samson has given Joss the Boss a new name.
Thank you,
While Coach Sangakkara has been clean bowled by his own fam.
And for the team, just take a little peek into his room. You'll find a very neat room.
Absolutely love Star Trek. Look at that smile on Sangakkara's face. Maybe that will carry on long into the night. Maybe his smile will carry on as well. But Chennai Super Kings are having a first crack at that surface. Batting first. Money, let's show viewers the phone pay playing 11 for CSK. Unchanged is what MSD said. And Is that surprising for you? Would you have made any changes to that?
No, I don't think so. I think one of the things about having an experienced captain and coach is that they know not to panic early on, and they know how to get the best out of their players. And that's the best thing about CSK. The reason they've won so many trophies, they have had an aging team at times, but they've always got the best out of their players. So very strong team. I'm interested to see how Moeen Ali will get on, because he's a very fine striker of the ball, hits through the line beautifully, doesn't really like the short ball. I think this wicket might skid on a little bit. He's going to be tested, so that's a good thing to see for me.
There he is, you heard you right there holding the bat, and he's had a good start to the VIVO IPL as well, but his opposition today will see the likes of Chris Morris, Sanju Samson also going with an unchanged playing 11, but does their bowling look strong enough to you, Brian, when you take a look at that?
Of course, it's missing Jofra. It's hard to replace a man like Jofra, but they've got a good Indian contingent of bowlers to back up Morris there. So I think it's good enough. What they have to concentrate on is making sure and chase whatever was set, and that they've done that once. They came close the first time, but they're always going to be asked questions. Jofra Archer missing, with Ben Stokes missing, two guys who can help you with the ball. That's just naturally is going to weaken, and they got to accept it.
More responsibility on Chris Morris's shoulders, the most expensive player in the history of the VIVO IPL. David Miller's come good as well for Rajasthan Royals. We still have Sunny G at the Wankhede. Sunny G, we've been discussing this in the studio. MS Dhoni, should he come up the batting order? Should he have a crack at it early on? What do you reckon?
Well, I've been saying that for a long time, that he should be batting up the order. And I think the stats have shown us that for the first 10 balls, his strike rate is not that great, but after 20 and 30 deliveries that he faces, the strike rate just zooms up. So clearly, the more deliveries he plays, the better it is going to be for the side. So I do believe that he should come up the order. He's putting himself down even below somebody like a Sam Curran, and Sam Curran's batted really well in the one-day series, India-England one-day series. But I do believe that MST is the better striker of the ball, and he should be up the order.
A great record as well, as you can see, but we'll be looking to come good today, and we'll be waiting for vintage Dhoni and what is his 200th game as captain for CSK. But that's as far as Tala is concerned. The Chinna Tala is on the other side, Suresh Raina, and he'll be up against Chris Morris, and that's why that's our Justile key battle for the day.
Chinna Tala Suresh Raina is the glue that holds CSK's middle order together. The man known as Mr. IPL marked his return to the toughest 20 with a half-century against the Delhi Capitals.
For Suresh Raina, welcome back.
I think God has been really kind and been preparing really well, and I think the tournament is all about your mindset, how you really execute.
Raina also has a great IPL record in Mumbai, having scored 535 runs at an average of 35.7 at the Wankhede. But tonight, he faces Chris Morris, a man who has given Raina plenty of problems.
Stop it. Kept it outside it.
The most expensive player in IPL auction history has dismissed Raina 4 times in 8 innings. And Raina has been able to score at just a run a ball against Morris. Though in 2 matches this season, Morris has not yet impressed with his bowling. He's taken 3 wickets, but at an economy nearly 10 and over. So will Raina give the Super Kings the edge tonight? Or will Morris turn the tide for the Royals?
And that's a question that will be answered and not too long away from now. But Brian, from Suresh Raina's point of view, started off ever so well in this season of the VIVO IPL. Needed to, hadn't played competitive cricket for a while. But what should he look to do today to capitalize on an opportunity given his record at the Wankhede?
I think pretty much it's news. It's pretty much everybody knows that he doesn't play the short ball very well. I think that he has to work on that aspect of his game. He can drive as much as he wants in the nets, but when he gets out in the middle, Morrison there is going to be around his chest high. They're going to be testing him with the short ball, and early on he's going to be able to handle it. Wankhede has a little bit of bounce and pace. I would like to see him come out and really counter that sort of weakness that he has.
So he's been dismissed by Chris Morris 3 times. But any other bowler in the Rajasthan ranks who can trouble him potentially?
Well, yeah. I mean, if he gets to play the spin, he's a very strong player. Once he's in, if he gets over those first few short balls he's going to get, I'm not sure they've got the pace really to test him out apart from Morris, because Archer and Stokes aren't there. So maybe the left arm swing and that cat could go in, but Parag for me. It's been one of the better bowlers the last couple of seasons, so he might be one to have a look. But I'll still be looking at the short balls. Like, get him out early.
Would you prefer to bowl to him as well?
I used to love bowling. He's left-handed. I love left. I wouldn't have liked Brian though.
You heard it from Swanee and Brian, right? But how do Rajasthan Royals look to stop Suresh Raina Chinnithala today? Let's find out in our Sahi Hai game plan.
Hello and welcome to today's game plan. Let's have a look at the all-time leading run scorer for CSK. That is Suresh Raina. And how should Rajasthan look to attack him? Well, I believe so far in this tournament, the Punjab Kings have shown us, and it is with the short ball. Attack the body, under the armpit, about shoulder height, head height. And it's proved a problem now for Suresh Raina for 3 or 4 years. That's the length with the pace on this quicker one-kitty pitch as well. Now, like all great players, they have tried to find a solution to a problem, and he's tried 4 different things, has Suresh Raina. One of those, the first one a couple of seasons ago, was to play the hook and the full to every single short ball, and his thinking was, if I hit 4s and 6s, they will have to go away from it, back onto the front foot where I'm so strong and can go down the ground. Secondly, was to just get across, back and across, knock the ball into the leg side, pick up his singles, and get off strike. That wasn't working because of the strike rate issues that he was trying to create and get past. Thirdly, go away from the stump, uppercut the ball over the keeper and the slips for his boundaries, and that still was meaning he was missing a lot of them. And lastly, step across and help the ball on its way, use the pace, keep the ball down, and try and find the boundaries. So lots of different ways of dealing with it for Raina, and I think the results have shown. First match of this tournament, he made 54. This was the length that the Delhi Capitals employed, about waist high and below, so everything on the front foot. Now remember, no Rabada, no unwritten August, they didn't have the pace to be able to go upstairs, but Punjab Kings certainly did. That's what they had in abundance, pace and a different length whatsoever. He made just 8. And it was all around the head. And I think that is the way to go about it. Now, Rajasthan do not have that same level of pace with no Jofra Archer. Chris Morris is there. I would go specifically short, even though that pace isn't there. It's a good way to get him out and keep him quiet.
Scotty Cyrus has us covered all the time. And Suresh Raina, he is absolutely, why not? Pivotal to our plans as well. So is Suresh Raina for CSK. But if MS Dhoni doesn't get you, Suresh Raina don't get you, Ravindra Jadeja must. He can bat. He can bowl, he can take exceptional catches, he can run you out as well. But what else does Sir Jadeja have? I'll tell you what, he's got plenty of swag.
Presenting Ravindra Jadeja. Sir Ravindra Jadeja, as Captain Cool called him. And what Dhoni tweeted was no joke. The joke was on Virat actually. Shh, not going there. And he certainly deserves knighthood. Order of the CSK Empire. For even his parody account has more followers than I do. This all-rounder has done all it takes to be called so. Batsman, check. Bowler, fielder, check. Umpire, not that one. Here he is now, and then gone. He's all reflexes and rocket arms. Oh, good fielding. This guy was all of 24 when CSK bagged him for a cool $2 million. That's priceless talent. This Royal Rajput can twirl his sword like a warrior. Oops, careful, sir. And he can twirl his mustache. Whoa. And of course, he twirls his bat too. Oh yeah, that one's our favorite. His workouts are so intense you could burn calories just watching them. That's what we call #beast mode. Well, not this one, sorry. These horsies bring out the softie in him. And the shades bring out the fashion icon in him. And so do the sherwanis, suits, even neons. Can anything stop this swagster? Nah, don't even think about it.
The absolutely undisputed swag master Ravindra Jadeja, that's Sir Jadeja. But what about the studio gentleman? Who's got the maximum swag? Don't say Swanee, please. Oh, is it him?
I think a lot of people have told me throughout the years that I am the king of swag, so I'll take it. No, not Lauren.
That's the swag master.
You going with him? Yeah. Swanee, what about you?
No, Dominic Corcas.
Okay. I hope he's hearing you over there. Right, okay. Back to the action. CSK batting first at the Wankhede. Brian, Rajasthan bowling Jaydev Unatkar had a good game last time around, but there are plenty of left-handers in that CSK outfit. How do you see him going about his business?
He bowled very well. He didn't play in the first game, came out and picked up 4 wickets. You got to give him credit for that, and pretty much put a little bit of life in their attack that just missed Ben Stokes, who just previous game got injured. No Jafar Archers in there, so to have someone, a wicket taker, and up in confidence now, I think it's great to have him in form. It just gives you a little bit more confidence in the local lads.
It's got a glimpse of Mustafizur. There's Tewatia, Graham Swan.
Yes, there he is. There's Rahul Tewatia. He's going to be man of the match tonight. I'm pretty sure of that. With bat, ball in the field, he's still my hero.
But what about the openers for Chennai Super Kings? Ruturaj Gaikwad, do you think he'll feel the pressure a little bit, particularly with the way he started things?
Absolutely, yeah. Every batsman needs runs, and every batsman couldn't ask for a better place to go and get runs than the Vankiri. Under lights, I'm an absolute belter.
Okay, I can't ask you for a prediction in terms of the team, so give us a prediction in terms of a power play score.
Power play score 62.
Wickets? Not right. What about you, Brian?
Power play 55.
All right, well, MS Dhoni gets ready to captain CSK for the 200th time. CSK batting first. That means Rajasthan will come out to bowl on the other side of this short break.
नमस्कार और स्वागत है आपका डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार के स्पेशल सेगमेंट फैंटेसी सिलेक्ट पार्ट बाय ड्रीम 11 में। यहाँ हम बताएंगे फैंटेसी दीवानों को इस मैच में कौन से प्लेयर्स ऐसे हैं जो उनकी ड्रीम 11 टीम में शामिल होकर उन्हें फायदा दे सकते हैं। लाइक वी ऑलवेज से, टीम बनाना है दिमाग का खेल। So let's take a look at the players who we think will impress in today's game. Here we go.
आज के मैच के लिए हमारे पहले वैल्यू पिक हैं राजस्थान रॉयल्स के डेविड मिलर। After a crucial knock against Delhi Capitals, he seems to have found his form. Ben Stokes के इंजर होने के बाद राजस्थान रॉयल्स डेविड मिलर पर काफी निर्भर करेंगे। At 8.5 credit, CSK pacer Deepak Chahar is our value pick number 2. उन्होंने दूसरे मैच में जबरदस्त वापसी की और सिर्फ 13 रन देकर 4 विकेट लिए। पेसर्स का वानखेड़े में दबदबा रहा है और चाहर आज नई गेंद के साथ काफी इफेक्टिव हो सकते हैं। मोइन अली ने सीएसके की जर्सी में बैट और बॉल दोनों के साथ अच्छी शुरुआत की। नंबर 3 पर उनकी प्रमोशन सीएसके के लिए फायदेमंद साबित हुई और उन्होंने टीम में सबसे अधिक रन भी बनाए हैं। गेम के साथ भी उनको पॉइंट्स मिले और इसी वजह से मोइन अली आज के मैच के वाइस कैप्टन पिक हैं। VIVO IPL 2021 की सबसे महंगी पिक क्रिस मॉरिस अपने ऑलराउंड प्रदर्शन से सभी को प्रभावित कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने दोनों मैचेस में प्रभावित किया है, इसीलिए क्रिस मॉरिस आज के मैच के लिए हमारे कैप्टन पिक हैं। फैंटेसी सिलेक्ट पावर्ड बाय ड्रीम 11 में ये हैं हमारे आज के मैच के कुछ सिलेक्टेड पिक्स। Looking forward to seeing some amazing performances today.
इस खेल में वित्तीय जोखिम के तत्व है और इसकी आदत पड़ सकती है। कृपया जिम्मेदारी से और अपने जोखिम पर खेलें।
Today wants you to start living. Tata Safari, reclaim your life.
और आरबीआई कहता है अपना पैसा सुरक्षित रखो और समझदारी से निवेश करो। अगर ज्यादा रिटर्न के पीछे भागोगे तो रिस्क भी उतना ही उठाओगे।
आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
There's nothing like a win to put a smile on the face. The Chennai Super Kings and Rajasthan Royals both rebounded from tough opening game defeats to register their first victories of the VIVO IPL for 2021. For Rajasthan, those 2 points had seemed most unlikely, despite a superb bowling performance up top from the returning Jaydev Unadkat. But ultimately, Chris Morris was able to repay some of its record-breaking contract with a match-winning knock.
Redemption song for Chris Morris, the most expensive purchase of the VIVO IPL. Shows us why.
Chennai Super Kings' triumph was more straightforward. A combination of Deepak Chahar with the ball and Moeen Ali with the bat was more than enough to dispatch the Punjab Kings. Yes, a very good evening from the Wankhede Stadium for match 12 between two teams with a spring in their step and a new sense of self-belief and purpose. So here we are at the Wankhede Stadium. There's two teams with fabled past come together again. All started, of course, with the Royals and then the Chennai Super Kings through 2010, 2011. One of the masters of the game up against one of its bright emerging stars. It's the Chennai Super Kings with MS Dhoni against Rajasthan Royals with Sanju Samson. As I said, we are coming to you live from the Wankhede Stadium. Now, over the years, the Chennai Super Kings, as they have with most teams, have a very good head-to-head record, 14-9 against the Rajasthan Royals. But then you come a little closer, and you see that the Rajasthan Royals have not done too badly. Sanju Samson said in the thoughts, we'll give you a good match. Might have done more than that in recent times. They've got, it's 2-3 to CSK. I better be on the points table. If you're a fan of the Royal Challengers Bangalore, take a screenshot. Keep looking at it all evening. Played 3-1-3 in Chennai, where there were some thought it might be a little difficult for them. But the Chennai Super Kings and Rajasthan Royals both played 1-1, lost 1. Played 2 rather, 1-1, lost 1. Too early to look at the net run rate. Now, this is pitch number 6. This was where the Delhi Capitals played against the Rajasthan Royals. It was sort of 147, 150 kind of game. But so far, average first innings total is 171. We had a high-scoring game yesterday. We had a 200-plus game already. And this pitch suggests that there might be a few more runs in this one too. Fairly similar. The boundary lines, 173 cow corner. We moved a little from where we are to our left, and so extra cover is a little smaller. Square again, bigger on the leg side from our end at 67. Well, the Rajasthan Royals won the toss. They said they'd chase, as most teams have done here. So it will be Chennai Super Kings batting in the commentary box. We've got Ian Bishop and Sunil Gavaskar. There's still Duplessis and Ruturaj Gaikwad, then Moeen Ali, Suresh Raina, Ambati Raidu, MS Dhoni, depending on where he is in the batting order, sometimes 6, sometimes 7. It's a bit flexible because as you change, you'll find Sam Curran is in the side too. Then Bravo, Chahar, and Shardul Thakur, they bat all the way through to the end.
Rajasthan Royals will be hoping to get more production out of Vora at the top of the innings and Joss Butler as well. Neither has fired in the tournament. Can Sanju Samson find some consistency in his batting after that 100? Much work to do for the rest. Miller was good with that half-century previous game. From a bowling point of view, Unadkat was brilliant with his 3-foot last game, along with Mustafizur, who was at his best. Zakaria has been the most consistent of the bowlers, and of course Morris. His economy rate has been high, so he will need to draw and work with the ball.
There's some wonderful players as you've just seen all through. What about this man? Such a history in this tournament. He's been one of the greats of the IPL.
Does he have it in him to deliver one more for the Chennai Super Kings? And in front of him, almost respectful at the toss, Sanju Samson. Strike rate of 135. He's got to show, as Ian Bishop just said, the consistency that's been a bit of an issue. Now Moin Ali batting up the order. That strike rate is magnificent, 148.39 in that last game. And then David Muller, when he scores runs, he's so attractive to watch. Match 7, which is the same surface this one's being played on. Strike rate 144. That looks wonderful, this stadium under lights. Always get bounce, always get a good game here at the Wankhede Stadium. So many great matches here. We've seen good high-scoring games as well. Sunil Gavaskar down there seeing the pitch early on. Another good day to bat.
Certainly after the first few overs, because there's a little bit of grass which will help Deepak Chahar to get some movement like he did against the Punjab Kings the other day. And if you can land the ball on the spot, then it will be a difficult one for the Rajasthan Royals to chase. So what is important for Rajasthan Royals bowlers is to get their leg right. Chris Morris, Zakaria, if they can get the ball to move, then it won't be easy. I'm pretty certain they'll be holding Chris Morris back for an over or two against Suresh Raina. Pretty certain of that. But Unarkar, he bowled so well the other day.
Interesting to see, because both Unarkar and Zakaria and then Mustafizur tend to take pace off. That they're one of the few instances where you see taking pace off working here at the Wankhede Stadium. So it'll be interesting to see if they do that. It was on this very surface, and they played against Delhi, kept them down to 147 and only chased it down from 19.4, which might be the fact that captain sports a white green when they're taking the field. The Royals, Sanju Samson, Faf du Plessis. Strike rate 129. He's been around for a long time. Back at the top of the order. And alongside him, another opportunity for young Ruturaj Gaikwad to show his ability towards the end of the last season. And that came at the end of a wonderful run of scores for him. Not just in first-class cricket in India, but with India A too. And then did well for CSK. It's been a little short of runs. Last game, just 5 of 16 balls for Ruturaj Gaikwad. But it's not the CSK way to drop people immediately. So he'll probably get another couple of games to prove himself. And Unarkar, man of the match in the last game, the player of the game, took 3 for 15 from his 4 overs.
Vastly experienced. And Chris Morris. He was having a chat with his former captain, Faf du Plessis, who's playing for the Chennai Super Kings, opening the batting for Chennai Super Kings. But if Unarkar is opening the bowling, then it certainly looks as if we're going to hold Morris back. We'll just have to wait and see.
They like him towards have some overs from Morris left towards the tail end. There are 3 left-armers last game, like they do this time. Unarkar, Zakaria and the Biz. And we're all wearing the team versus the team in yellow. Who would have thought that these guys? There's the first ball. This is Jaidev Unarkar. Ruturaj Gaikwad. On the edge, it could have been a first bowler. As it turns out, it's a boundary. That's where it goes sometimes.
He got his fingertips to it. Maybe a taller man would have been able to reach it, but what a lovely delivery. Look at the angle that he's created. He's chased one outside the off stump. All right, yes, a taller man would have probably been able to get to it. This is the pressure of T20 cricket. You do not want dot balls. With the red ball, you would have left it well alone. more control on this occasion, but he was still playing at it. He'd still put it down as catchable, won't you? Definitely. Once you get your hands to it, then it will be termed as a chance. Well, the man on the boundary is very square at point, so he's able to run around just a single. Once again, we've got these square fielders, the two boundary riders at point and square leg. All seems unchanged. It's a CSK way. Once they decide what their best 11 is, they give it time. On the Sunroyals as well, played 1-1, lost 1. Oh, that one came back in. Clever. Very, very clever. Having all the big going deliveries to Ruturaj Gaikwad, he brings the first one to place it in. That's very clever. But a lot of movement. Way too much movement to get the leg before. It's just that natural movement, isn't it? You should never watch some of these left-handers and think, wow, they're so lucky they just get that natural movement back in.
You have to have great admiration for his seam position. He was brilliant, picking up 3 wickets in the last game. A mixture of deliveries, pace off the ball, and then pace on the ball against Shikatawa. But he showed lovely control. That's the thing. In addition to the variation, the control was brilliant. Well done, sir.
He started pretty well this first over. You can't admit. That's where it ends. 5 of the first over, half an loss.
ओ तेरी वॉलेट भूल गया है। अरे वाह, दिमाग लगाना है तो ड्रीम 11 पे लगाना। मेक योर टीम नाउ।
इस खेल में वित्तीय जोखिम के तत्व है और इसकी आदत पड़ सकती है। कृपया जिम्मेदारी से और अपने जोखिम पर खेलें।
आरबीआई कहता है अपना पिन, ओटीपी, सीवीवी या इंटरनेट बैंकिंग पासवर्ड किसी के साथ शेयर ना करें। आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
ये दवा खरीदने को बोला या दुकान? अब सब ऊपर वाले के हाथ में है।
जो ऊपर वाले के हाथ में वो तुम्हारे हाथ में भी है। पानी से पे सारी मेडिसिन पे पाओ 20% सेविंग्स और 20% कैशबैक भी। डाउनलोड नाउ।
Career. The bowling from the other end that he started off. He started his career going to net with broadcasting from now going back to the pavilion.
I was watching him bowling during the warm-ups, and he was swinging the ball significantly in both directions. He'll be hoping that now in real time in the game that he can reproduce particularly the in-swing to the right-hander.
Right, both from Saurashtra. Now playing for Rajasthan Royals. A bit of invert movement. That's about the pace he bowls at. Well, so high 120s, early 130s. That was 126. He'll probably crank it up another 5 or 6 Ks. I've got a fan poll for you. Which left-arm quick will take more wickets this season? Zakaria or Unatka? They both had one good game each. Either of them can have sort of 18, 19 wicket season. They'll be delighted, the Royals. It's a good ground to be starting on. It's a ground that favours fast bowling. 17 wickets in the power play so far at the Wankhede Stadium. It's interesting that on an Indian ground, pace has got 50, spin has got 4 wickets. That's it. That fan poll that we had. Go to IPLT20.com to register your vote. Unadkat or Sakaria. Player miss. That's the one that goes through the left-hander's angle. It's a nice action. It's a simple action. And with a young man, you get the hop and the skip, and then he gets into his work. Nice formation of the wrist as he runs in. And gets it going nicely. I love the head position. That's the camera, and that's focused. And once he can continue reproducing his action over and over, you suspect that the accuracy will still be there. Good enough release point that will get better with the seam position a couple of balls ago. Love that little hop. Is it just an idiosyncrasy, or what is it? Something you do in childhood that stays with you? Yeah, something like that. But let me tell you that even the great Kapil Dev had that little hop at the start of his career. Then of course he smoothened up, but he also had that little hop. He would take a couple of steps and then hop and then start to run up. I try to remember more current though, and I think it's another left-hander from Pakistan, Junaid Khan, who had a little hop at the start of his run-up as well. But he goes after it. Got to judge the pace very early, and that's the first six. First on the academic cracking 6, 14 for no loss. Because he kept the head down after striking the ball, is becoming a thing to accept.
बस एक ही चाहिए, एक ही तो चाहिए सर, क्योंकि बात 1 से 1 करोड़ की है। सिर्फ ₹1 में My 11 Circle पर टीम बनाओ, 1 करोड़ फर्स्ट प्राइज जीतने का मौका पाओ। डाउनलोड My 11 Circle नाउ।
इस गेम में वित्तीय जोखिम की संभावना शामिल है और इसकी लत लग सकती है। कृपया जिम्मेदारी से और अपने जोखिम पर खेलें।
कुछ फ्यूचर है।
Right, here's Unadkat with his second, 14 for no loss. Stepping down and converting a good length into the slot delivery. 76 meters, that's 6. Looking to put pressure on the young man. He put very good over till then. What's with the two square boundary riders? Is it? I mean, normally the quicker the bowler, the finer the fielders, isn't it? He's into play again, the square leg. Talked about good length bowling here with Rankedi. In the first 10 overs of all games played here this season, that good length has been the least costly. And Unadkat in his first over was right on the ball. And back to the attitude question, what teams think now with the new ball is that not a lot of guys are looking to glide it down past the slip corner, because you've got a slip and a keeper in place. That is risky. So not a lot of guys are looking to glide it. What they're saying is that the pushes, the defensive shots will go square on the offside, the nudges square on the leg side. So if you hold your length, you shouldn't be getting hit down the ground, but more or less being defended or punched square. If you're a quicker bowler, you're more likely to have the edge going finer. And the slower too. So of course a great power play. So let's see how rewarding it is for the players. Not so much today, 17 for no loss. Not for the bowlers rather. It could be rewarding for you though, remember? You've got credit card bills to pay them by the credit app. You're in a great power play. You can get 100% up to 100% cash back. So sort of that sparring phase in the innings, isn't it? Just people assessing each other, assessing the conditions. What's a good length to bowl? What's a good shot to play? What's a likely target? He did it for 4. There's fast midwicket, the man on the boundary, that square leg. For the second time he's charged the bowlers as Duplessis. Yes, he's looking to take advantage of those square fielders. So if he gets even bit of fat on it, it's going to go in front of the wicket. And that is what is happening.
He's not waiting for the length to come to him. He's going to meet it because he doesn't anticipate getting too many over-pitch deliveries.
Let's get a single. I thought briefly about a second. It's never going to be on. 8 came on that over. It's 22 for no loss.
When you pay your credit card bills on Cred, you earn Cred points. Use them to claim cashback and rewards. I know this sounds ridiculous.
It's like saying Rahul Dravid has anger issues.
Hey! That doesn't mean you can overtake. Come, man. Come. You come. What about me?
Would have gone straight and taken it.
You know the ball by the side Royals, showing number 19, Mr. Fizz, with the Brazil Rema.
So just one over to soccer. We got different bowler but similar style. Mustafizur Rahman is playing ahead of Andrew Ty, was available to the Rajasthan Royals. Economy of 7.65. I thought so 2016 thereabouts was his best season when he was playing for the Sunrisers. It's 132 kilometers an hour, the first ball. Little inside edge onto pad for Duplessis.
Gets a little bit of swing these days with the new ball Mustafizur back in. We saw it in the first game he played here. He took a lot of pace off the ball, a lot of cutters in the second game. But it's a nice weapon that he's developed recently with that ball coming back.
Now Ruturaj Gaikwad goes down. He's 9 of 11. I think it's mandatory to have that ball at about 130 swinging back in. It makes the other balls that much more effective. But where he's different from say someone like Zakaria, it's just the flexibility of that wrist. Gee, that's got not too far above the bails. Just the wrist at the very last minute. It's an interesting number that though, 171, because you've had a 220 score, you had 106 score as well. But on average, you expect to get about 180 or 180, 185. You really... Yesterday, 190, boy, it wasn't enough. Oh, trouble!
Pressure of a dot ball. That is what made Ruturaj Gaikwad go for the run. Very risky. He was running to the danger end. Yes, he was down the pitch. All right, and he's pretty quick. But look at that. Could have been... It done very well. Done very, very well.
He's off the ball too, that last one, that subtle wrist that Harsha Bhogle was talking about, that last ball. And that's why Gaikwad had to check his shot.
You will see these, they'll take another. You see these subtle changes of pace. Not huge. It's not that he's going from 140 to 105. 132, 128, 116.
Well, I thought Jaidev Unadkat gave us a good insight into it in the previous game. That's when he dipped it like a donut into a glass of milk. He talked about if he anticipated batsmen coming hard, and both batsmen have come down the pitch a couple of times that he was going to take pace off when he sensed that a batsman's coming hard at you, which is a good thing if you can sense it.
I've seen that happen before in this commentary box. They're not a donut. Right in the end, the surely should be taken. Pretty easy. Shivam Dubey got underneath it. Maybe a little disappointed here. Gaikwad.
But it's pace off the ball. And that's what we talked about. If you sense that a batsman is coming hard, and for a couple of deliveries now, the batsman gave Mustafizur an inkling that they were coming hard, he's going to take pace off it. And Gaikwad doesn't have the power or timing to clear the infield this time. Simple catch. Excellent bowling. Good awareness. One yellow less. Gaikwad goes for 10, 25 for 1.
भाई साहब बिटकॉइन में ट्रेड करना आखिर फ्लेक्सिबल कितना है? आपके पैसे हैं, जब चाहो आपके पास, जब आप चाहो बिटकॉइन में 24/7 कॉइन स्विच कुबेर डाउनलोड करो और बिटकॉइन में ट्रेड करो. सिंपल, क्रेडिबल, फ्लेक्सिबल. ट्रेड कर बेफिक्र.
In at number 3 for Chennai Super Kings, Chelsea number 10, Moeen Ali.
Why Moeen Ali is the new batsman in. 25 for 1, 1 ball to go in the fourth over. Well, just to complete the story about the dunking the donut in the commentary box. If you've been around with Sunil Gavaskar a lot, there's always a cup of tea, maybe a Mari biscuit, something just being dipped in all the time. Apologies. Oh, it's the slow ball again. He's really got the batsman in trouble here. Good first over from the field. It's 25 for 1.
अरे बल्ला ऐसे कौन घुमाता है यार? जाओ ढूंढो. जाने कहां मेरा जिगर गया जी. अभी अभी अनीता किधर गया जी. जाने कहां इधर गया जी. अभी अभी अनीता किधर गया जी. 311 टीम है तो मजा है.
इस खेल में वित्तीय जोखिम के तत्व है और इसकी आदत पड़ सकती है. कृपया जिम्मेदारी से और अपने जोखिम पर खेलें.
Reclaim your life.
But replacing Harshit Bogle and Sunil Gavaskar, Simon Dole and Michael Slater.
G'day Bish, and a warm good evening to everyone who's tuning in. There's that good length that you've been talking about, Bish. He's not really gone too far from that. And that's why he's only gone for 13 runs. The Fizz has only gone for 3, 1 for 3. And that was a rank shot. Gaikwad is really struggling so far in this VIVO IPL. More of a touch player, and he's trying to slog. It's got away from his game.
Well, to me, the critical thing, just to build on your point there about length, is even Simon Dole with pace off the ball, the length has to be correct as well. And that was good from Mustafizur, that it wasn't over-pitched, or was it too short?
Yeah, spot on. And when you've got a batsman looking to create pace and looking to go after the bowling, I heard you talking about it, but when they're coming at you, take pace off, but get your length right. Very difficult to play through the line. He was taking on a tough option.
That's fancy there from Faf. Fancy Faf.
It's also a tough option, I think. And that took pace off that as well. Down to 108. But he's just managed to get enough back on it. That could easily have looped up for the man inside the circle.
Yeah, pretty mad. They always are. He's gone early. Just able to hang in there for long enough to get it out of the middle. There's enough energy on it to go all the way. He's trying to be more of an aggressor today. He struggled for his 36 off 33 the other night, but he hung in there. It's gone again. This one probably a little better. He's found a shot that he's liking.
Tough Duplessis, a lot of teams around the world would never bowl to him without a deep fine leg. For that very reason, now they're going to have to change the field. A number of teams have thought we cannot bowl with a short fine leg to that because he do this to most people, even guys who are 85 miles per hour. So shifting the field now. You've only got two outside. That's a hard decision for bowler and captain.
Well, he's assessed it pretty well. I know he got that slow ball away, and there was probably good fortune in that. But because the length is so consistent here, he's able to set himself. He's decided that, well, it's that good length every delivery. So I can set myself. But now there is a fine leg in play. He's just coming around a little squarer. But there's no doubt that Pat wants to be more aggressive this evening. There was merit in him hanging around. They were only chasing 106 the other night. But that struggle of 36 off 33, it was well worth the effort.
Yeah, new gloves required too. It's very sticky out there tonight, Suresh Raina. Slated to come in next, and then Raidu Boni Jadeja Curran. And you're into the bowlers. Straight away, Ian Bishop, the replacement of that fielder down to a long leg meant that Faf Duplessis looked to come down the wicket, go leg side this time, and open up the offside. So putting pressure continually on the bowler, Unadkat.
Here he goes again. He's got all of that, I'm pretty sure. An academy cracking 6. So when he's going aggressively down the ground, he's using his feet. He's charging the bowler.
He's played with the field quite nicely. Really has with the 2 scoops. And then coming down the track and backs himself that even if it doesn't quite come off the middle, that he's still cleared that infield. He's cleared the boundary on this occasion.
It's cruel because he's actually been beaten. He's been beaten by a slower ball, yet he's still got through with a shot that sailed for 6.
And he's pushed this one. He's got good timing on it. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a 6. So it landed on the full on the boundary road, but they're not checking it, giving it full into the 5th, and it's 44 for 1.
Lamination वाला exterior paint, Asian Paints Ultima Protect, बारिश, धूप और धूल को आने दो।
ज़काको शॉट मारा छोटे।
Akko.
कार इंश्योरेंस में 0 कमीशन। अभी प्रीमियम एकदम कम।
खजूर समझाएगा बेड़ू।
तो ऐप चेक कर लेना बेड़ू।
0 commission on Akko.
अरे बॉस,
इंडिया मान लो, Akko ऐप चेक कर लो।
Volkswagen.
Let's see, 33 of 16, and he's charging this evening. He's decided that game 3 for him. He got a duck the first game, 36 not out the other night, and tonight he wants to be an aggressor in the opening 6 overs. The ball isn't moving around. The variation has been the slower ball. So Chris Morris.
Sometimes those ugly runs, that ugly 30 that he got in the last game, just done him the world of good. Come out with a little bit more confidence. These scoops, which we've seen him play so often, that one not quite timed perfectly, but good enough, and that's just holding that face open, as Ian Bishop mentioned. The power that he possesses, able to pick up what looked like back-to-back 6s, but were given 6 and 4. There was a very quick decision by the umpire to signal 4, that last ball of the nut cuts over, wasn't it? And he might have thought that may have hit the advertising Toblerone on the full, but
Say Toblerone. Oh, it's one of my favourites. The shape of the Toblerone chocolate, you guilty.
wealthy ones were sitting down.
Well fielded, but will steal the single. Molinelli's been so impressive coming in at number 3. He's got great responsibility here for CSK. And both times he's delivered with the bat, and it's been free-flowing.
Curious to see whether Zakaria takes over from that. Zakaria swung the ball more in the first game from this media centre end.
Goes again. He hasn't got hold of it though, Fab. There is a man right there. Parag, he didn't have to move too far. So the aggressive nature of the innings comes to an end.
And good bowling. I'm going to give this to Chris Morris because as Faf du Plessis comes down the pitch, he goes leg side, Morris goes offside. So I'll take it away from you. I will go wide. If you want to hit it, you're going to have to get it really clean because it's the biggest side of the ground as well. And I've got protection in the form of Rian Parag. So good bowling, I think, Chris Morris. I'll give it to you on that occasion. Outthought your countrymen. Pick up their second. Faf du Plessis after a bright and breezy 33 goes. It's 45 for 2.
Don't try this at home. Try LiveSpace. Design your home interiors with better quality materials and fittings. LiveSpace your space.
In at number 4 for Chennai Super Kings, trophy number 3, Suresh Raina.
So they did cross. Molinelli will be on strike, but Raina, he's at the non-strikers, and he's got a big job today. 2 balls remaining in the power play. CSK just losing their second wicket.
2 blokes they've got to get up here, I think. Like get it up around the badge, Chris Morris.
Oh, he nearly gets another one.
Definitely, Joy. It's a really good spot, Simon Dole. In addition to what you said, one of the things we talked about is why is there a sweeper deep offside and leg side, not a third man and a fine leg. That's one of the reasons why the man is sweeping square on the offside. Guys are looking to hit down the ground or square on the offside. Good positioning in the field.
Yeah, in fact, if he'd hit it where he wanted to, if he'd got the line he wanted to, would have gone over extra cover. That's what you're saying, Dooley. That's to the bowl. That's Morris's real skill. At the last moment, throwing it a bit wider. Just steals a single, but a terrific over there from Morris. Into the power play, 46 for 2.
Here's a secret. You can pay your credit card bills on Cred and earn Cred coins. Use them to claim cashback and rewards. Here's another secret. Jackie loves Zumba.
क्या आपके पास बैलेंस्ड एडवांटेज फंड्स है? बैलेंस्ड एडवांटेज फंड्स ये मार्केट के अप्स एंड डाउन्स को मैनेज करने के लिए इक्विटी और डेट में इस तरह इन्वेस्ट करते हैं कि आपकी इन्वेस्टमेंट हो बेहतर।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेज ध्यानपूर्वक पढ़ें।
Been tucked away down there and coming in the last couple of overs, trying to thrash to the end of the 20th. It's always his way. He'd come out a lot earlier, he'd milk it, he'd work it around, and then he'd get into that hitting, which was always his skill. So the Fizz, 1 over, 1 for 3. A change of end. This incredible wrist when he bowls that slow ball. There's a bit of a loosener. Got a bit of momentum out there at the moment. The Rajasthan Royals getting those 2 wickets. Suresh Raina got worked over the other evening, didn't he, with the short ball? I'll have a look at that shortly, but it is something that's been known for quite a while, and you need the pace to do it, though. That's the only question.
Is there the pace in this bowling lineup to bowl short and intimidate? You want to see the extra quick index. Just going to look at Pace's Torreira and those short pitch deliveries. And the wicket the other evening was obviously the red one. But that was Meredith that really worked him over hard in this one particular over. You could just see that it ruffled the feathers. They're winning anyway, but it was terrific tactics. But Meredith bowls in the 140s. And that's fine at 4, unlucky, beaten on the outside of Moeen Ali's bat. He's at the 50.
I tend to hear Mr. Fisher a little bit there. He's a big man who plays with outside of the power play, but it's flown away. He walked across the field today and it was really well cut and cut very low. Ball is speeding across the ground.
Up stocks. Index, and we'll just have a look how Meredith worked Rainer over the other evening. Now let's not forget that CSK were cruising to victory, but this was really good tactical bowling, and the shots that he was playing were because he was intimidated. Then eventually he gets out. It gloves on the way through to the keeper, and it was Shami that gets the wicket. But I'll just make that point again. Do they have the pace to be able to do that against him? I'm not sure they do.
I think Morris, although he's not in the 140s, probably that disconcerting bounce that might help.
Well, he's gone big. Moeen Ali. Well, I've admired the freedom in which he's played with. There was a genuine outside edge that ran, luckily for 4, but that one's out of the screws.
He picked the slow ball, and it looked as though he knew it was possibly going to come because he set himself early. Remember, he edged the previous delivery, takes on the ball for 4. A couple of balls ago, and then set himself and smacked this one.
Just the weight transfer and the fact that he actually waited time. 2 keys to that shot. Kept his shape. It's a slow ball that deceives many a good player, and it actually turns a touch as well.
His best so far in this VIVO IPL, 46 from 31. It's like he's been given this number 3 position and he said, well, I'm going to take it. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And they've got him in at 3 to strengthen the batting. They've got a longer batting lineup. And the best thing that's happened is he started game 1 looking comfortable there.
Yeah, a couple of reasons for it, Slats. I think you're right, strengthening that batting lineup, but also just they worried about their power in the top 3. If Suresh Raina bats 3 behind Faf du Plessis and the Ruturaj Gaikwad, they were worried about where does their power come from? Where does their boundary 6 hitting power come from in that first 3? So hence Moeen Ali at 3 and Suresh Raina at 4.
There we go. There's a short one. It's just a bit too short. Right on cue.
It's great. It's good. It's really good from Mustafi. He's got the length just a little bit short. I'd really love to see a man at deep mid wicket now. And the slower ball come. And the slower ball come.
Oh, Suresh Raina's got to know that he's got to ride this little period out. He's got enough experience, just see out a couple of overs.
Well, you might just have to cop it. Raining bounces for a while. No, that's a big 4. Into the over. 13 from it. 59 for 2.
पापा कपड़े भी प्रेस कर दिए गोवा जाऊं ट्रिप पे
अरे वाह दिमाग लगाना है तो ड्रीम 11 पे लगाना मेक योर टीम नाउ
इस खेल में वित्तीय जोखिम के तत्व है और इसकी आदत पड़ सकती है कृपया जिम्मेदारी से और अपने जोखिम पर खेलें
आज फिल्म का प्रीमियर है लेट ना हो जाओ Zebronics, India की धुन अब इंडिया तो सुन.
Two quick wickets just gives the fielding side the feel they can get the third. They know in Ali can take it away from him very quickly. He's 14 from 11. And obviously they know the talent of Rayner and the experience that he holds. Ali on strike. Slow ball. Look at the power play. Gatewood, first ball faced. That was the angle. And then you just tell from the outset that Faf wanted to take it on. Gatewood's really struggling at the top. It's almost like he's trying to play a game he doesn't normally play. Faf was a menace there for a while. That was the best shot because he stood still. And then this is the wicket that fell. It's a handy one for the double R's. There he goes, man, all over his head. He got out in that position the other evening and he flat batted it there, but he gets the elevation on this occasion. Once again, though, how hard has he hit it?
It's not short enough, is it, Fish? It's a halfway ball. It's hip high, it's too easy.
I think that's a big side of the ground as well. So you want to give yourself every chance. If you're going short, go really short.
I thought it was in too. It's on the boundary road. You don't want to be, even though it's a bit longer there, you don't want to be creeping in too far. You have to give yourself every chance.
Just on the Rayner thing though, Mouse will probably, I'm guessing that he'll be out of the attack after this one. I'm guessing, could be wrong. Most of his are perhaps the same. None of the other seamers are up there. So Rayner has to find a way. Just if he's on strike for this over, just negotiate it. Take one on the shoulder if you have to, because you know it's coming at you. And then lodge yourself in for the rest of the innings.
Shot again, straight to the man in the deep. Rayner's probably thinking about the bowlers through this VIVO IPL. Who have got that pace that are going to really trouble me when I'm out there? And you're exactly right, Bish. I think if you've got a flaw in your game, you have to just find a way to get through it. And so I would in practice time as well. I'd be getting them to throw me a lot of short balls and somehow through this tournament turn a weakness into a strength.
3 dismissals against Chris Morris. So this is 2 potential big deliveries, a slip going in, which is a correct thing to do. And look, he scored thousands of runs, so he knows how to do it.
There goes the Yorker. Well executed. It's a double bluff.
Very good thinking from Morris. Expecting it. Does he go for it now? 1 ball to get through here. Suresh Raina.
So fine leg is there. There's a man just behind square. He doesn't go for the short one there, so he's gone length. The 2 good dot balls, end of the 8. And it's 66 for 2. And the birthday boy, Paul Reichel, umpire, says CSK strategic time now.
Over CSK 66 for 2, and it's now time for the CSK strategic timeout.
Sting energy! Sting energy अब 20 रुपए में।
पापा कपड़े भी प्रेस कर दिए, गोवा जाऊं ट्रिप पे।
अरे वाह, दिमाग लगाना है तो ड्रीम 11 पे लगाना। मेक योर टीम नाउ।
इस खेल में वित्तीय जोखिम के तत्व है और इसकी आदत पड़ सकती है। कृपया जिम्मेदारी से और अपने जोखिम पर खेलें।
Here's a secret. You can pay your credit card bills on Cred and earn Cred coins. Use them to claim cashback and rewards. Here's another secret. Jackie loves Zumba.
डिजिटल बैंकिंग का है जमाना, टाइम है जाना, 24 घंटे करते ये काम। आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
At the heart of every great change is a great human. Come help us create value with businesses everywhere.
Don't try this at home. Try Live Space. Design your home interiors with better quality materials and fittings. Live Space, your space.
इनकी तरह आपका वीडियो भी हो सकता है in the next ad. So download MX Takata and participate in weekly challenges. तो हो जाए खेल टकाटक।
Result of those two, they've gone to 66 for 2 of 8 overs. An outcome was expected 19 came a 1 over. Morris has pulled things back a little bit. Even Safari first over for 9.
They haven't introduced the 5th or 6th bowler as yet. And a couple of options, Rian Parag, Shivam Dubey maybe.
Now time for the signal the end of the CSK strategic timeout. There's something interesting. One spinner that Royals have is Tewatia, but Tewatia is not in the top fantasy picks of the match. Sanju Samson is the first one picked. He's got an interesting career record. He always starts the IPL with a bang. But Duplessis has got you some points. Chris Morris has got you some points. Maybe some from Suresh Raina. Moeen Ali is getting you points too. Pick your team carefully. Khelo Dimag se. Yeah, the only spinner that they have is Rahul Tewatia. Now look, you've got 2 left-handers in, plus you've got Jadeja to come, and you've got Sam Curran to come. Takes pace off.
Yes.
Now Dooley. I know it's a slightly touchy issue. Dooley, especially after your form on the previous game. How's your side looking today?
Yeah, my Dream 11 fantasy team, I've selected it for the tournament, so not having to change it time and time again, but I've got Moeen Ali. I do have Moeen in my Dream 11 fantasy team. I have young Sakaria, so not sure I want them to get Moeen out or not at the moment. I don't know how that works. I just want Moeen to block him back down the pitch so that he doesn't go for runs and doesn't get him out.
And here we are with this famous commentator. And he wants the game to go the way his points will go. That was the air for a while actually. But well shot of the fielder eventually. 126. That was a little quicker. Takes the edge. He was through the batsman for sure. But what's it leg by as it was? They're looking to play across the line, looking to play the big shot. He does play that well on the onside, on the leg side. Plays the full shot really well. Moeen Ali looking to play the full shot again. Clearly, they're trying to put some pressure on the young man, Sakaria, playing his first IPL. First IPL season, I mean, of course. Till you brought that bouncer about 130, bang it in so short, it just sort of balloons over the head of the batsman. They're enjoying themselves. Our VIVO fan wall. Lucky fans enjoying the match from the comfort of their homes in this VIVO fan wall. I love this bit because some of them just seem to express themselves a little more elegantly than the others, but everyone's having fun. That's what matters. just remember that's not a bad place to watch it from as well. So do stay safe, do stay indoors. Then as soon as you can, go get yourself the vaccine. But to maintain a very stout defense, and please wear your masks when you're going out. Absolutely, wash your hands as well with soap regularly. Very good bowling this by young Zakaria.
He's seen Surajwani there, just give himself some room, look to maybe advance. He's jammed that Yorker in. He's a clever bowler. You have to understand that in these conditions, in this tournament, at some stage you are going to fetch. As a bowler, you'll have days where you'll go for 40 plus, maybe even 50. Don't get too down on yourself if that happens.
Goes onside, it pushed Longbaugh out to the boundary. It's a bit of a hike from Rana. Still 11 10 of the over, 77 for 2. And Sonny, you've got to grab your opportunities at this level. Yes, just like the opportunity to learn from India's top educators on an academy. Yes, just like some ex-cricketers, don't miss the opportunity to feature in ads. What a shot. Gone at 77 for 2, going at 8.5 and over. The Chennai Super Kings. So yesterday, at 195 wasn't enough. The question is, it's on a different surface this, so we're looking at a different par score on this one. Right, the leggies here. Question is, how many leggies will he bowl? Bowling to two left-handers. He's not a big turner of the ball, but he's got to support the boundary at cow corner. He's 72 meters straight, 73. He does slip in the quicker delivery. And right, fielders there. Fielders there. There comes the guy. We talked about the long boundary. The timing wasn't there either for Moeen Ali. And there's a wicket because Moeen Ali was looking in good nick.
That's nicely bowled. It's a little slider again. Just looking to take it away from the left-handers, take it wide. Moeen Ali could not resist. So Dewatia into the attack and he strikes early, Sonny.
And this is the wrong one. This is the wrong one, and you can see it's hit the bottom of the bat, so it's not going to be clearing that fielder. In fact, the fielder has to run in. He's taken one catch already. Rian Paragi, he's a very good fielder. Dewatia getting a wicket with the second ball. Thanking the Almighty. 3 down for 78. Moeen Ali, a good hand of 26.
Moeen Ali goes down, scoring 26 runs. It's number 5 for Chennai Super Kings. Jersey number 9, Ambati Raidu.
Well, the catch was taken in the deep, so the batsman crossed over. It means Ambati Raidu is at the non-striker's end. It's another option to open the batting if they feel the need for one. But a wicket for Tewatia.
Oh, hold out.
Only 5 wickets have fallen to spin. This is just the 5th.
Not a bad option, but it's sadly the ball hit the bottom of the bat. It was halfway down the pitch. It was the wrong one, all right, but it's still off the middle of the bat. It should have probably gone well past that fielder, over that fielder. Now, 2 experienced batsmen at the crease. Ambati Raidu. His strike rate is 126. He got out first ball the other day. He would want to make up for it. So Suresh Raina also
pretty watchful at the moment. 7 deliveries, only 3 runs. Very experienced duo at the crease.
They're two relatively new batsmen and good time to slip in a couple of overs here for the Royals. It's got to be careful with the right-hander though, because it's got a lot of support in the deep on the onside and the offside. It's deep point and long off. But he's picked the gap well. Yeah, he's picked the gap now. Parag goes round. It's a couple of runs. A good control shot this from Raidu.
Yes, knowing exactly where the fielder was. He wasn't looking to hit it too hard. Just looking to get it over the infield. Shows the experience. Not wanting to hit the ball too hard at this time.
अबे रुक क्या कुछ नहीं दिख रहा ड्रॉ चल चल ओए लाइट ऑन कर
इस खेल में वित्तीय जोखिम के तत्व है और इसकी आदत पड़ सकती है। कृपया जिम्मेदारी से और अपने जोखिम पर खेलें।
Introducing Duracell Chota Power. Perfect for your remote. It gives you 1 year of power for only 18 rupees per cell. From home or together, we will keep celebrating all year long. Duracell Chota Power.
Ready to take the game by the scruff of the neck. 25, 20, 33. Dhoni, Jadeja, Karan, Bravo, Thakur, Chahar, everybody bats. Big question there is, where is Dhoni going to bat? Right, here's Riyan Parag. Where's the bowling arm going to be? It's interesting, only 5 wickets have fallen to spin. 2 of those bowlers are bowling at the moment. Tewatia and Riyan Parag. The only others, Moeen Ali and the 2 Ashwins, Murugan and Ravichandran Ashwin. That's it, just 5 wickets to spin. Oh, he's timed that fine. Beautiful strike. Beautiful strike from Ambati Raidu.
Yes, good use of the field. Straight bat presented as well. Look at that, stepping down. Beautiful shot. That's what they need now. They need to up the scoring.
I'm just looking at Riyan Parag as well. He's an interesting player, but he's now got to be a specialist at something. He's been around a couple of years, a bit like Abhishek Sharma, for example, and the Sunrisers. You've got to be primarily one kind of player. You're a batsman who bowls a bit. There he goes again with that low ball. It's too wide. I think you can be a little bit of this and a little bit of that for one season, but if you want a long career, much like Deepak Hooda finally got to bat at number 4, they need to start migrating up and get a good batting number.
Yeah, he doesn't lack confidence, the young man, but you're right, Harsha, he needs to either be a batsman or a bowler. Well, have a look at this to make sure it's not below 3 o'clock. I think it's okay. It's okay, just. 3:46.
Timing wasn't great and so it fell short. You think like some of the bowlers ask the umpires, is my front foot coming close to the no ball? You think you can just turn around to him and say, is it coming too close to 3 o'clock?
The umpire won't be able to help him because he'll be looking at the feet, not the hands. And that's why it's referred to the TV umpire. But the thinking wasn't bad because Raidu had stepped down the pitch and he bowled it wide for a stumping.
Once again, the timing isn't great. So it falls well short of the fielder.
It's like a little in-swinger, isn't it? Because it keeps drifting because he starts it from so wide and undercuts it a little bit. I'm going to check this one again and make sure the arm is okay. Now, for those at home, it has to be, if you can imagine your clock, I know a lot of you work in digital, but it has to be above 3 o'clock or 9 o'clock. That one's okay as well. I think it's just above.
It's a very fair point, though. It's got to be at 3 o'clock. I've got a digital watch.
I know, and so many have. It's amazing the amount of youth today that can't tell the time on an actual analog clock because they're so used to digital all their lives.
Uncle Dool, when is 3 o'clock? Oh, meanwhile, Rana's got hold of this one. This is what he's good at, Rana. Muscling it over mid-wicket. 16 of the over, it's 98 for 3.
Stirring no matter what. Do not stop stirring. Continuous stirring is the secret. Uniform circles. Remember, the way to make them fluffy is to expand. Don't try this at home. Try Live Space. Design your home interiors to maximize space. Live Space your space.
Well, the two slow bowlers contrasting fortunes. Has just hammered one. Use Simon Dool's terminology. About 8 o'clock.
I like the intent, though, from both Suresh Raina and Ambati Raidu. Don't let the part-timer bowl. You've got to make the most of the part-time option around Parag and take to him, I think, Sonny.
Absolutely. Because what Sanju Samson will try and do is use the fifth bowler's quota of 4 overs between Tewatia and Parag.
I mean, he bowled a leg break, that's Parag. Then he bowled an off break the last ball. He bowled the side arm almost. But in the end, it's got to be a good ball. Doesn't matter where it's delivered from, it's still got to be a good ball.
And he's given 16 runs. He's given 16 runs in that over. So while we're all talking about the 3 o'clock, mustn't forget that it's cost his team 16. Which according to the digital guys, it's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, the other thing is, I mean, there's Shiva Dubey is in the side as well. There we go. For those of you under 18 at home, that is at 26 minutes past 8 o'clock.
No, it's 27. It just turned 8. Meanwhile, 100 comes up. 100 comes up 11.3 overs. They're going at 8.7. So I think they'll need a few more. Look at 80 at least, 80, 85 in the back 8. And with shots like that, it will come in handy. Really taken to the 5th, 6th bowler.
Well, there's always the fear in the minds of these part-time bowlers about pitching the ball up because they're worried about being lofted straight for a 6. And they end up bowling it halfway down there like that, halfway down. And on a pitch as good as this for batting, it allows the batsman to go on the back foot, rock onto the back foot and hit it for a massive shot. Look at the transfer of weight and look at the connection. It's gone a long, long way. It would have been a 6 on any ground in the world.
It's actually such a good shot, Sonny. That side-on view was brilliant because it skidded on. It stayed quite low. So the fact that Ambati Raidu has stayed nice and low on it and then fetched it leg side. You mentioned a little while ago, Harsh, I still think this is as good as last night's pitch. I still think this is a 180, 190 surface.
Now straight back past the bowler. He's really getting a move on. Ambati Raidu, and I think Dooley are right. I think they've assessed it at a 185, 190. So they need to get a move on against the slow bowlers. And it's working at the moment.
And particularly for Raidu. We saw Raidu after he got out the other day that the skipper was having a word with him. And clearly Raidu recognizes the need to contribute this time around. There was no pressure on him the other day. It wasn't a big target that they were chasing. But they need to set a big target for the Rajasthan Royals.
35 already from a combination of these two. That's where it'll be. 3 overs for 35. 12 gone, it's 112 for 3.
When you pay your credit card bills on Cred, you earn Cred coins. Use them to claim cashback and rewards. I know this sounds ridiculous.
It's like saying Rahul Dravid has anger issues.
Hey! That doesn't mean you can overtake. Come, man, come. You का भड़क मत नहीं.
But have gone straight and they go.
अब कहाँ जा रही है? ऐसे ही डिनर पे, पर लंच पे तो ये नहीं पहना था ना? That was lunch. This is dinner. This is meetings. This is brunches. और हम अपनी ज्वेलरी पहनने के लिए साल भर वेट करते हैं. Why wait when there's Melora? Lightweight jewelry in 22 karat gold for your everyday. Melora.com.
37, Ravindra Jadeja with a strike rate of 127. Sam Curran with a strike rate of 149 still to come. I do believe that it'll be Sam Curran who will come in next. That's what we have seen in the earlier matches.
China for that cat. A lot of strokes being played in an effort to finish this game with the jackpot, come out with a W. And of course, there is the Cred jackpot that we all have been waiting for. You can acquire it and hit the right notes if you get on the Cred app for this daily reward. Natcat will be hoping for the reward of a wicket in this over. Anticipation of a little bit of tune later, perhaps, and the ball sliding on encourages you to try to top up a little extra on this surface, sometimes batting first.
Well, they've certainly got the launching pad, and I think of what the Kings did last night. They had more than a launching pad, and they failed to get beyond 200. They should have got beyond 210 either. Ended up below 200. It was chased down, and that dew was menace for the bowlers. So the launching pad is there. 2 overs have gone for 30, and they've got to finish the job here, CSK.
The 3 men to come in next. They're all massive hitters. They can hit the ball a long way. Dhoni, Sam Curran, Ravindra Jadeja.
Dhoni's always in the background, Sonny, pacing around. Never comes outside.
Just 2 or 3 balls so far. Three wickets have fallen. Smile early from Sanju Samson when Gaikwad went.
Yeah, it was a pretty ordinary attempt there. That was good bowling. Morris pushing it wide. That's where Farhan came into play. And then toe end, miss hit from Moeen Ali. Drive again.
The third man comes up. Natcat will be hoping to finish off this over, given the flow of runs that have come prior to this over. He can finish up without a boundary. 2 big deliveries. Well bowled, very well bowled. We did ask who would take more wickets of the 2 left-handed seamers, 2 out of the 3, and it's split evenly because they both play their first-class cricket for the same state. So the fans voting there have decided we're going to share it, Sonny.
In other words, they've sat on the fence.
Well, they're right. Well, they may be right.
Close out the over. That's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate for Jai Devil Mankind, but a real blessing for CSK. 120 for 3.
ये है 1 से 1 करोड़ वाली बात। माई लेवल सर्कल पे 1 रुपए में टीम बनाओ और 1 करोड़ फर्स्ट प्राइज जीतने का मौका पाओ।
इस गेम में वित्तीय जोखिम की संभावना शामिल है और इसकी लत लग सकती है। कृपया जिम्मेदारी से और अपने जोखिम पर खेलें।
वीरू, इस लेवल पे एक भी मौका छूटा तो गेम छूट सकती है।
आकाश, लेवल जो भी हो, मौके छोड़े नहीं, लब के जाते हैं। जैसे अन अकेडमी पे इंडिया के टॉप एजुकेटर से पढ़ने का मौका
तो आपने भी नहीं छोड़ा है एड में फीचर होने का।
हाँ, देखा। वाह, क्या बात, स्मार्ट लग रहा है।
CSK to 176.10 and over will take them to 190. Zakaria. Wonderful timing.
Yeah, they'll just stay at a single. There's a good shot though. They'll sneak another one now just because of some fielding that goes awry. Reina, that outside edge that flew for 4. Gee, he put everything into that. That was a real swing of the bat. Just have a look at this fielding and the reason they were able to sneak through for another one.
Two young players directing each other.
Have a look at that Reina outside edge and just have a look how hard he swings. There are some players who caress it, feel the ball, and there are others who bludgeon it. And with no one down there. Frustrating for everyone in the field, particularly the bowler. It was a good over. And of course they finished with the boundary.
Got it. That's the big side of the ground. And I think it's a second catch for Rian Parai. Third, in fact, tonight.
Was looking to attack Zakaria. Didn't quite clear the fielder. The intention's right. The approach is right. They need lots of runs on the ball. They need about 200. This is the 14th over. And you can see it's hit somewhere near the bat manufacturer's name. And that is not going to take the ball over the fielder. Farag takes his third catch. Ambati Raidu upset with himself. He's gone for 27. It's 4 down, 123.
भाई साहब, बिटकॉइन में ट्रेड करना आखिर फ्लेक्सिबल कितना है?
आपके पैसे हैं, जब चाहो आपके पास, जब आप चाहो बिटकॉइन में 24/7 कॉइन्स विच कुबेर डाउनलोड करो और बिटकॉइन में ट्रेड करो। सिंपल, क्रेडिबल, फ्लेक्सिबल। ट्रेड कर बेफिक्र।
Number 6 for Chennai Super Kings. Jersey number 8, Ravindra Jadeja.
Ravi Jadeja, who's been batting well for some time now. And striking the ball nicely, scoring at a quick tempo. We'll be hoping to replicate that tonight. 2 lefties at the crease. Good man's back. Off the mark straight away.
Rodu played a good shot, a good forceful shot. But as he was walking off, he a little bit more feel and not so much muscle, and that's gone finer. And that is going to be maybe carrying the rope. but that is terrific fielding because he stayed right back on the rope, and that's exactly what you've got to do here at Wankhede. You come in too far, and it goes over your head. Well, that's the cardinal sin. You have to stay back. He didn't have to move. It went straight to him. It's been given wide. It's been given wide by Paul Rifle. He's gone the short one at Rayner. We were talking about the short ball doing damage. Rayner hadn't really got going just yet. 18 for 13. It's got a little tickle on that too.
He's trying to head it over the short behind as well. Nice change up in pace. Such a skillful, crafty young man, and you're finding a lot of these young bowlers around the world, not just here in India, coming through with a larger skill set than was required, say, 10, 15 years ago, and showing great control with it. They've moved with the times.
Also great confidence when they're bowling. Oh, could have been a run out.
Straight into the hands of Chris Morris. Could very well be a VIVO perfect catch of the match. But young Zakaria is having a field day.
Well, you think the 2 overs of spin and they went for plenty. And then since the Paceys have come back, they've built pressure. That's brought about 2 very quick wickets, 2 very valuable batsmen, particularly towards the dead. And we are going to see Dhoni now, but we see the back of Rayner, who'll be really disappointed with that. 125 for 5.
You know, this is no place for a child. Wherever I go, he goes.
This is the way.
MSD. Have to say again that handball that shared 50-50. If you take that vote, now he will be well out front. Perhaps 75-25. And then Zakaria. It's gone to 51%. We need to nudge those fans a little bit further. What a wonderful over, 2 wickets in it. 125 for 5. And Birthday Boy says it's time for the CSK strategic timeout.
बेटा तैयार हो जा।
देखो ना फीवर है, ताऊजी के फंक्शन में आप ही जाओ ना।
अरे वाह, दिमाग लगाना है तो ड्रीम 11 पे लगाना। मेक योर टीम नाउ।
इस खेल में वित्तीय जोखिम के तत्व है और इसकी आदत पड़ सकती है। कृपया जिम्मेदारी से और अपने जोखिम पर खेल।
When you pay your credit card bills on Cred, you earn Cred coins. Use them to claim cashback and rewards. I know this sounds ridiculous.
It's like saying Rahul Dravid has anger issues.
Hey! That doesn't mean you can overtake. Come, man, come. You come. What about me?
Put a ball straight and take it.
मंगल्यं तनुरे मम जीवन हेतुनः कंठे बध्नामि शुभगे त्वं जीव शरदं शरम्
is the name.
My barber is off, but my date is on. My beard needs help, is the whole squad gone?
Use Philips trimmers to look your prime. Get that even trim every single time. Perfectly even. Can't believe what I've seen. With Philips trimmers, dapper becomes routine.
दूर कितना भी जा, इस जुबान से दूर ना जा पाओगे. ट्रिमर, बोलो जुबान केस.
Figures so far. It was early match the other night. Now we can put 40 to Driver, 2 for 21. He's still got an over up his sleeve. We've got Morris with 2, Fizz with 2.
Towards the end of the Sea of Tiles strategic timeout. Final phase of this innings, the battle is on. Tiwatia, the ball his third. Brad has already bowled 1, so they could just go to the specialists after this. Just a little bit, I wouldn't say I'm surprised, Sonny, but Shivam Dubey hasn't bowled and isn't bowling much.
Clearing his front foot, looking to go for the big shot, but wasn't quite able to get the ball high enough. And so a simple catch to Morris's midriff. Zakaria getting his second wicket. Yes, Shivam Dubey in the last match that he bowled, he gave away 20 odd runs, so probably short of confidence. But in a situation like this, where you're looking for the fifth bowler, you could, if you can, share it between Tewatia Parag and even Shivam Dubey. You might be able to get a few more overs, more than the 4 overs. But it's a matter of confidence.
Oh, mix up! Tony! Gets back there.
TV umpire to director. Yeah. We have a run out referee. Give me the best side on angle, please. Okay, his bat is grounded behind. I've made my decision.
Really good dive by MS.
Looking to get off the mark, MST.
Well, the good thing here for Tavadia is he's got 2 new batsmen out here. We're just going to have a look at the push. Thinks there's a single there. Sent back. Oh, there was some desperation in that dive.
Still can't get off the mark.
To big innings in this, in the context of the whole tournament for Dhoni, because he's got overs to bat. So 5 after this. And if he can do a job and finish to the 20th, it'll mean so much. But at the moment, he's rusty.
He may be. But we've seen for the first 10 balls, his strike rate is not that great anyway. But as he stays longer in the crease, the strike rate just goes up. It has a vertical takeoff. So take your time, MST. Get those 10 balls out.
He's off the mark. Good over from Tiwatia. 4 overs now between himself and Parag completed. 1-2-7 for 5.
try this at home. Try Live Space. Design your home interiors with better quality materials and fittings. Live Space your space.
Two new batsmen at the crease. That cat is pulled out. His 4 was a bit expensive tonight, none for 40. Zakaria has 1 more. Mustafizur has a couple. Can he make another impact? He's already picked up 1 for 16. Leading edge. And of course the legend that is Dhoni comes back for a couple. And the legend has returned to the roads of India as well. In a modern avatar, just like the outfield has returned to India.
Completed the second run comfortably, didn't he? Put pressure on those 2 fielders.
I did my best to link the vehicle to MS Dhoni.
Oh, it was the best segue we've had so far. Anyway, the Safari is sitting over there. It's a beauty. We'd love it. And I love the running from Dhoni in the last 2 deliveries as well. When he's been batting at his best in T20 cricket, it starts like this. It starts with him milking runs, running hard.
Yes, getting the circulation going in the legs, and 2 of the fastest runners at the crease. At the other end is Ravindra Jadeja, who is super quick as well. MST and Ravindra Jadeja. Well, they'll be stealing the second run more often than not. They'll convert the 1s into 2s. And if he had longer boundaries, he'll probably convert 2s into 3s as well.
But he's always been that player, hasn't he? I'm probably thinking of him finishing in a run chase, where he's just timed it perfectly, where he's just been able to nurdle it round, get it into the gaps, come back for 2. And just bunts it out of the reach of the bowler. And then he pulls the trigger.
You have to pull it. Again, some good bowling. A little cutter again from Mustafizur.
A ball at 119 speed, slow speed. So that is what defeated even somebody as experienced as MS Dhoni. Lucky it was away from the fielder and to his wrong side as well. He's a left-hander, Mustafizur. It was to his right side.
Just one. Just to think ahead to the next over. Looking at Chris Morris with a couple left. And of course, Zakaria, who has 1. Fitz has 1 more after this. So the remaining overs will be shared up amongst your primary seamers. All it is now is about execution for him and the rest. Tremendous. Just 6 off the over. 133 for 5.
And about the 16th of August, CSK.
Here's a secret. You can pay your credit card bills on Cred and earn Cred coins. Use them to claim cashback and rewards. Here's another secret. Jacking up so
Well, Sanji will be very happy indeed, the way they dragged it back in the last 4 overs. It's been 21 in 4 overs, so they've been able to pull it back. And now there's got to be some absolute urgency for CSK in the last 4 to get a total up around that 180.
Yeah, I don't think they can afford this pace. Last 3 overs, just 13. It was very clever of Sanju Samson to slip that over from Tewatia in. Tony at the start of his innings against leg spin, he takes some time. That's what the matchups are telling you. So slip that over in just a 2-run over. As a result, Tewatia has finished 3 overs for 21 after 1 expensive over. So that's not bad at all.
He had the 2 new batsmen out there. That helped, wasn't it? So they snuck it in after the Seattire strategic timeout, got away with it. Only 2 from it. So now it's up to Dhoni to get himself going. 6 from 11. And as always with these style of batsmen, they just need to get 1 away.
Oh, he got it away for 1. There's just going to be quite a few people, quite a few CSK fans just sitting on the edge of their seats, waiting for their beloved Dhoni to fire. That connection there, Dhoni-Chennai, is just a legend, but can he still do it?
Well, that's why I say this innings is a big innings for him in the context of the next game, the game after that, to feel like he can bat up the order at times.
Oh, just consider the single.
Beautiful reception from Morris with the slow ball. It's deceived his skipper as well. Second bounce just turned uncomfortable for Sanju Samson.
Well, look at his figures. That's why they purchased him. They want a match winner. 1 for 11. He's in his 3rd. It's not to say he can't be shelled in that 4th over, but he's doing a wonderful job, and he is a finisher with all those change-ups, all that deception, Dooley.
But he's got that away. But Michael Slater said once he gets 1 away, might just be the start of something more. We'll wait and see now.
Yeah, he'd like to see one go over the road, but I'll say that's the 1 away. Because there's no doubt his practice has been, for the last 3 overs, being able to hit them long like he used to. And everyone wants to see him still carry that ability. Tonight could be the night.
That's what everybody wants to see. The clock can be cruel, but you want to see if you can turn it back. 7 of the over. It will just be a single. He wants 2. Johnny does. Very quick. The throw was wild anyway, but Johnny just turned, put his head down and ran.
David Miller's no slouch in the field either. It was a wild throw. That's it. Jadeja very quick. He had to go back as well a little bit, Jadeja, because he'd been worried about getting run out at the bowler's end. Off the hit, it was straight back down the ground, so he's almost turned back and then had to go and run 2.
Halfway through, we realised didn't quite need to finish the 100-metre race. He was safe. Now the slow one didn't quite get hold of it. 10 of the over, not too bad at this stage. 143 for 5. Ah, there might be another. No, there isn't. Still 143 for 5.
ये तो निकालना पड़ेगा यार।
इस खेल में वित्तीय जोखिम के तत्व है और इसकी आदत पड़ सकती है। कृपया जिम्मेदारी से और अपने जोखिम पर खेलें।
And Sunny, we're back live.
No, we aren't live, Harsha. Unacademy's interactive classes are live. That too with India's top educators.
Oh. And what's this?
This is the ad. We shot it a few days back.
Ah, okay, now I get it.
Amity students have been selected for higher studies in top-ranked universities worldwide, a testimony to the globally benchmark.
So 3 overs left, 1 each from Zakaria, Mustafidur and Morris. Just look at those bowling figures there. 3 overs for 22, 3 overs for 18, 3 overs for 21. That's excellent. This was Unadkat and Parag. Those 5 overs there were 56. Bit unfortunate. Unadkat. Now, has he got it enough legs on it to go to the boundary? He does. There's a second for Dhoni. I like it. I like the placement, the power. And now that strike rate up over 100. His last 3 overs, they're huge for those sides.
Yeah, pressure on the young man, isn't it? Owing to a guy he's probably idolised for quite a few years. Now he's got to try and control them at the back end of an innings. I wonder if you ever thought that would be the case.
We even saw that with Sanju at the toss, didn't you? The respect shown for MS Dhoni.
No timing. The catch is taken. Once again, it's the pace off the ball that's produced a wicket. Just 116. Dhoni was into the shot. Not to be today for the great man.
Well, there are 2 things here. He's changed his angle up. The youngster, he came round the wicket to get his 3rd wicket, mind you. And Dooley, I've got to say that I think Rajasthan bowled the best and most consistent slow balls so far in this competition.
Great length slats. I think that's the key. Couldn't get under it. No timing. More points for Dooley in the Dream 11 fantasy game. Zakaria has picked up another. Dhoni gone for 18. And it's 147 for 6.
MS Dhoni goes after scoring 18 runs. In at number 8 for Chennai Super Kings.
Right, here's a young man who can score runs in a hurry. The question I'm going to put to Michael Slater and Simon Dool is there something in the surface that's causing these slow balls to grip? Or is it just quality bowling? We'll address that after this first ball from Sam Curran, to Sam Curran rather. They'll get back for 2. Let's go running. But now the question is, there's another slow ball that's picked up a wicket. Is there something in the surface? Is it just skill? What do you think?
Well, I think the execution is the key. I think there is something in the surface as well that really takes the heat out of it, maybe more than if it was harder, a bit flatter. And that's what happens in the second innings. In the run chase, the slow balls often aren't as effective if the dew is as bad as it was last night. The bowlers had real problems last night. But I think the execution is the key from these youngsters. And as Simon Dill said, and I'll ask him again, but it's more into the pitch. They're not floating up there.
And the reason I ask this is it has implications for what a good target is. How good a shot is that? No, it's a shot of boundary, but still needed to be hit. And Sam Curran showed the urgency as soon as he's come in.
How good. Really good, Harsha. That's just a great strike. Again, I think it's a attempted slower ball, dragged down a little bit. There's no pace to work with. It's all about timing and wrists. Almost rolls the wrists on it, but still looks to hit it in the air. And by rolling the wrist, he gets the distance.
It's only 67 metres, but it's good enough.
So there's a lot about having a firm base when you play. You think of the Steve Smith shot when he got out, which is similar, but he was going at the bowler. If you really stay firm in your foundation, that's why he was able to get the power on it. Extraordinary shot.
has gained 12, so we're about a fifth into the tournament. Harshad Patel on 9, but Zakaria is in that list as well with 6. Rahul Chahar 7. Trent Boult's in there as well with 6. Avesh Khan, he's always up there. Trent Boult. A wicket, but 15 off the over. 158 for 6.
Amity students have been selected for higher studies in top-ranked universities worldwide, a testimony to the globally benchmarked standards at Amity University.
With a bang, energy and change came to every part of our universe. Seismic or small, it continues.
Change is all around us. Shaped by technology and human ingenuity. We can make it work for you and your business.
They want 25-26 for the last 2 overs. They can get those. Looking at 180, 185. Okay, Currents can strike. He's 11 of 4. He's now got Chris Morris in front of him. Bowled really well so far. 3 overs, 1 for 89 dot balls out of those 18. Let's keep an eye on the pace as well. Last few overs, pace pop has been a big feature. The Royals bowling. Fine enough, but there's a fielder. That's well placed actually. The IPL moves to Chennai, as do the Delhi Capitals. They were here last night. And travelled, they must have reached Chennai to then straight away in against the Mumbai Indians. We've played 3 games there already, but adjusting to the surface from where they've come, that's going to be the big challenge for the Delhi Capitals. Should be a good game. They beat them last year's final.
Interesting field change here. Maybe a slower ball from Morris coming. Oh, that's exactly where he was. It's exactly where the man was, down that third man. They brought him up. I wondered whether he looked to take pace off, but he didn't. He kept pace on and paid the price.
Yeah, so unlucky, isn't it? One of those things the captain makes the move. There's no doubt I thought there was going to be a slow ball. He's got his first 2, 135, 138. It was a wild old swing. The timely boundary, they need to get around 180.
And they're headed there. They're headed there. 17 to get. We've got 10 balls left. 2 fine hitters of the ball. Right, probably back to pace off. Now there's an edge. Just waited for a while. Jadeja did to check with the umpire, but there was a distinct sound as it passed.
Really good short ball. I tell you what, he went on pacing in there. The only thing he did is he changed his length. So he's banged it in hard. And another big swing from Jadeja. Little flick through to the keeper. And Morris, after being frustrated on shoulder ball before, gets a reward. 163 for 7.
Here we go.
Everything we need right here.
This is our home.
Then let's fight for it.
Everything we need right here.
Welcome home.
Right, Dwayne Bravo's coming with 9 deliveries left. It's a big 9 deliveries. They need about 20 runs in these. Now Morris. He likes the shot. He likes the shot and he's played it really well. Bravo. You think of Bravo, you think inside out. He's picked up the slow ball and got the boundary.
Well, that's his shot. That's why the hand goes up from Morris. That is the shot that Bravo loves. Lean back. Exactly where he wants it.
Love watching this. It's almost, I mean, as Bravo comes to the end of his career, starts to slide down the batting order, you almost miss seeing the shot we've seen so much of.
Disappointed with himself there, Morris. Had to be pace on again and maybe short.
Oh, he's found the gap again. Despairing dive. Another boundary. I think it might have been cut off. Another day.
Well, again, is it the right option? Well played. Bravo, back-to-back boundaries. He's opened the face a little bit here. Morris, I think, is touch disappointed with the fielding, but it's squared away. It was always going away from him. Maybe should have done better.
I think on 2 counts, actually. Not just the man inside the circle, but the man chasing too. I think Morris wanted the chaser to put in the dive. I think it was Mr. Pizzo who was chasing the ball. Again, an over that started really well and is turning out to be expensive. We saw a second ball wicket and a 15-run over last over. We'll have to ball that again. 14 of the over. They're getting there, Chennai Super Kings.
They certainly are. 180 minimum. And they're going to get there, you would think. He's just lost his way. Just lost his way. So it was one, then it was a boundary, a lucky boundary wicket. Let's have a look at that top edge from Jadeja. So that's the middle of the over. And this should be the last delivery for Morris of the day. His figures are blown just slightly, 2 for 32.
Last year was 39, the 3 before that 13.
And Bravo wants to go extra cover again. If he gets the length.
He's got another opportunity to go there if he wants, because this over is just disintegrating from Morris.
They've been so complimentary of their slower balls. He's just got a couple wrong. 42% in the last 7 overs have been slower balls. So really concentrating on taking pace off, giving Chennai nothing to work with.
Is there a clue there, Simon, for what Chennai need to do when they come back? Because we're not seeing towels out, we're not seeing extravagant dew. So is that the way Chennai need to go? The frustration came out. 15 of the over, 173 for 7.
Let's go to Daily Travelers का एक ग्रुप बनाते हैं. Full safety, full must. इनकी तरह आपका वीडियो भी हो सकता है in the next ad. So download MX Takatak and participate in the weekly challenges. तो हो जाए खेल टकाटक.
City enough. They need a big final over.
Right, the last over. This is Mustafizur Rahman. Lovely Yorker. First up. Right, can they sneak a second in? No, confusion. Confusion. Surely he's gone. Sam Curran, clean striker. There's confusion over the second. Not sure there was one.
Yeah, there shouldn't have been confusion there. There was never 2 in it. And then there might have been a bit of a yes, no, wait. No, there's urgency because it's the final over. I understand that. But it was a well executed Yorker. Just wasn't quick enough. Wasn't quick enough, and he's miles out in the end.
And the problem was he took his first slowly. Bravo took the first very quickly, and so Bravo suggested the second might have been on. But Curran just hadn't run the first quickly enough, so he's got still a good contribution. That 30 to 6 is 174 for him.
The badge is gold. She's super bold. Whatever the clues